How's it going, y'all? Hope you're doing well. Narak, enjoy your lurk. Yeah, we're chilling today. We're gonna be getting back to more 14. So HEE. Trying to think if there's anything else that needs to be said about that. I don't think there is. So let's just fucking zoom. I haven't booted up the game yet, so let me do that. Boop boop boop. my 2FA. There we go. Oh yeah, forgot about that. Yeah, we are going to be a little limited on how long we can go tonight since there's maintenance at 11 o'clock, but that still gives us plenty of time to play, so that is a-okay. Because right about then is when I would be wanting to get off anyways, so cool. Alright, let's go ahead and swap ourselves on over. There we go. I was going to say, why is it not capturing, but now it is. Alright, go ahead and hide that. Alright, let's log on in. Yeah, I hope y'all are doing well on this fine Sunday evening. Wait for this water to chill it. Still a little warm right now because I just got it while I was waiting for stream start stuff. Because I am dumb and forgot to do it earlier, but that's fine. Oh, I guess I should also post on Twitter that I'm live. Let me do that. Boop. And a boop. Alright, cool. Throw that on over there. Alright. Cool. Okay, let's go ahead and let me think. Is there anything I need to do? Let me go to the gold saucer real quick because I can go grab that stuff. I want to be sure I don't forget that because I would otherwise. Alright. I'll grab mini cagpot first, I guess. Oh, there is some kind of gate happening. It's a leap of faith. Sure, we'll do one of those real quick. Get ourselves acclimated before we hop into anything too intense. Okay, I'll take that. I'll take a nice 1800. 1, 2, 3. Damn. Still 720 though. That's not too bad. I'll go for this one. Okay, cool. Yeah, that actually was not bad. Look at this fucking guy. Look at this bunny asshole. Fucking imagine. Alright, let's go get our cagpot. And 3 constellations. Makes sense. Purchase. Hit random. Do 9524, sure. Alright, there we go. Anything else? I'm trying to think. Oh yeah, leap of faith. Let me do that. That'll be nice and quick. Talking mad shit for a femora, damn. You know, fair enough. You got a point. See, the difference is that most femora are the kind that sit around in Limsa and ERP. I am not that kind. So, you know, there's that. That's Catgirl's true. Honestly, it's both. If we're being honest, it's both. these. What? Oh, okay, that was weird. I thought I didn't land on that for a second. There we go. Easy 4K. Sick. How much am I at now? 84,000. That's not bad. Considering I was like at 10,000 not too long ago. It's not bad. I will gladly take that. And you know what, fuck it. Let me present at the, what's it called here as well. That's an extra 10,000 at least. And who knows, maybe I'll get really lucky and I'll have some of the pieces on already and get the 80. We'll see. I'm gonna shake this water around a bit. Try and melt some of the ice and get it cooler. Hope y'all enjoy that. Yeah, that's already much better. Cool. $68, okay. Simply saucer. 1 point from glory. True. You got a point. Let me see. What? It said wild something. Do I have anything that has wild in its name? I feel like that exists, but I don't know what it would be. What's the chest one called? Simply saucer. I wonder... Do I have all these dies? Like it. Okay. Just want to be sure before I go away. Okay, cool. Let me see. Bring stuff. Oh, okay, this is okay. I see. I didn't realize those were neat. I don't know how I haven't looked at this stuff before. I probably have and just forgot about it. Oh shit, yo. Those are sick. Fuck, I might actually use those on my dancer. Let me see, because I've been looking for good legs for a little bit. Let me see, what would that look like? Yeah, I actually dig that. Maybe go like Dollar Mode Red. Okay, yeah, I dig that. That's cool. I'm buying those. I don't know how I don't already have those. But we're getting them. Alright, that's good enough though. For now. In the meantime, let's swap back to Dark Knight. Let's go ahead and continue on with main story. We left off with the dinosaur dogs. Curious what they're all like. You ever just take a drink and accidentally inhale a giant ass ice cube? Okay, so quest is over here. You will offer your patronage to our people too, yes? Let's see. Perhaps you can begin with Ma no Se. They are one of our foremost artisans, once held in the highest esteem by the Knights of Verber. With the Knights gone, however, Ma no Se has no opportunity to put their skills to use. They would be overjoyed for your patronage. Okay, sick. Let's do it. $1,182, $1,183, $1,184. Wait, did I already count that leaf? Uh oh. What? Where? Wait, you're immortal? Huzzah! Huzzah! Well met, yes, very well met indeed. Have you old and tired arms and armor that are threatening to fall apart at critical junctures in battle? If you answered yes, you've come to the right numeral. I will restore your equipment to pristine condition for a payment of a pair of moss fungus legs. Moss fungi roam the land just outside the cave. Please, please, please give their legs and your patronage to me. Okay, bet. I'll give you some legs, buddy. Where's the nearest, it's way out east, okay, so it's probably like over there. We'll get that later then. How many quests do I need for this area? 2 more, okay, that's not bad. Alright, off we go then. Alright, we got moss bitches. Are you moss? No, this is moss. What the fuck? Those are some legs. Alright. When they said legs, I didn't realize they meant legs. There's another one of these. My chocobo's about to disappear. Can't believe he just tried to hit me with frog kick. Imagine. Alright. Cool. Gonna warp. It's enough of a walk that I'm willing to warp. Alright. Ah, you are returned, and with the moss fungus legs, I hope. They are tools of my trade, lest you wonder. Used to polish metal and leather, like to a lustrous sheen. Now that I have work again, I must replenish my stores. I only have 2, so 2? I guess 2. Huzzah! 2 moss fungus legs as befits the work. Ah, to have neither more nor less expected of us than what we can provide. There is no greater joy. You see, for there to be honor in a task, we must receive precisely what it is worth. Too little means you belittle our ability. Too much you question our integrity. You've given me fitting payment, so my services are at your disposal. I shall begin by inspecting your equipment. I see. Though I must ask for a small fee for the materials. I'm pleased to say that all your arms and armor may be restored. If you mean to change them in the near future, however, there's no need to hurry. My first repair is complimentary. Here's the coin which you may pay me with when you desire to have work done. Many thanks for your patronage. Wow. Oh, and if you mean to offer your patronage to another, may I suggest Eastgift yonder? What he do? What they do? They got pots. Judging from your equipment, 'tis plain that you're no stranger to battle. I believe Eastgift will have something to offer you. Alright, bet. Alright. Gold ring, okay. Ah, to have so many men visit us at once. This is a joyous day indeed. If it please you, please give me your patronage. As my patron, I ask that you remove the noxious fumes that grow in our cave. Noxious mushrooms. I don't know why I read that as fumes. Flame spores, they're called. We would tend to them with magics, except for they leave behind a harmful ash. We've no choice but to pluck them one at a time. Now, you'll be curious as to what I have to offer. I am a purveyor of wares that will aid you in your travels. In exchange for your fitting payment, I will give you my choicest items. Alright. Where the mushrooms at? Here's one. Realize something. I need to move a thing over. So I forgot to do that earlier. There we go. There's another one back here. Oh, it's up higher. Ah, I see. There's literally just mushrooms growing on mushrooms. Imagine. Alright, and I saw the third one over here. I think. Unless I'm dumb. Oh, it was over here. That's why. I was looking at the wrong house. Alright. You've already removed the flame spores. How very quick you are. Oh, but did you perchance search by the western entrance as well? I'm told that more have cropped up in that area. Okay. If you say so. Off we go. As you pluck the last of the flame spores, you sense a gaze from the entrance. Oh? Minfilia? What's up? What's up, Minfilia? I wasn't spying on you or anything, I just finished my task and... I should go back and report. Okay. Interesting. Up we go. Ah, you are returned. Have you dealt with the flame spores by the western entrance as well? I have. Excellent. No more poisonous spores irritating our noses, for a little while at least. Oh dear, I believe I'm getting sentimental. Having a patron again, it reminds me of the old days. Fair every day, I would carry my wares to the castle and offer an exchange for men's patronage. Back then, the castle wasn't called the Gyar. The Verberites built it, and they named it Gurinis Licht. It was their last bastion in the struggle against the Sin Eaters, and now they're gone, all of them, nobles, knights, and the common folk alike. But enough reminiscing. I must give you what you've earned. And if you desire anything else I possess, I would be glad to offer them to you, for a fitting price, of course. Now, will you be offering your patronage to anyone else? If so, would you consider it with that? They've been under the weather of late, and the chance to perform an honorable task would cheer them up. Alright. So what do you do? Okay, you sell these. Okay, that makes sense. Applewood. Ooh. Those look kind of neat. Stone gold. What does that look like, actually? Not too bad. Probably not my kind of thing, though. Alright, what other stuff you got? Tools. Don't need tools. Items? What items do you have? Dark matter, Gishel greens. Yeah, let me buy more Gishel greens because I'm starting to run low. Still got quite a few, but... Ooh, Prem Dot Parasol. Let me get that, sure. A bunch of fishing bait as well. That's cute. Alright. Aetheryte tickets. Sick. What? You would be my patron? But I can't do anything for you. The Lawless Ones took my invisible ink, and without it I can't make my arcane wares. Who are the Lawless Ones? They're Numo like us, except they've turned their backs on our values. Curs without honor they are. They refuse to work, instead spending all their time cavorting and making a nuisance of themselves. It was when I was outside for a walk that they set upon me and robbed me of my possessions, the ink included. I was too weak to resist them, but you, mortal, you look quite strong. Do you think you could take my ink back from those villains? If you do this, I will consider your patronage, and by way of my service, I will make you something very special. Excuse me, Tara. I couldn't help but overhearing, if you mean to undertake this task. Will you let me accompany you? Okay. I would learn from you, and help in what little way I can. You're welcome to join. Thank you so much. Yeah, no worries. Jeez. The Lawless Ones make their lair to the south, inside of a cave called Father Collett's Chambers. They took many vials of ink, and I would be grateful if you could bring back as many as possible. Alright. Where are we going? All the way down there, damn. Let's go. We're gonna be zooming for a little while. This will actually be probably pretty close to where that next Aetheryte is. Or not Aetheryte, Aether Current. It is pretty close to where that Aetheryte is too, but yeah. Burbertenberg. Neat. Let's go ahead and attune to this. A bunch of Amaro? Is this just like an Amaro village? What? Can I talk to them? Do they say things? Can these Amaros speak? They can speak? What the fuck? How I would like to bathe in the lake, but the thought that the Fuath will be waiting puts me right off. What the fuck? Why can the Amaro talk? Nimbus, you sound cool as fuck. What the hell? What the fuck is this? Can't tell if it's like a plant or if it's like a statue that got broken. Huh. Let me climb up. Let me up. Game. Damn. Okay. Unfortunate. Yeah, there's another one. What are these? There's the Aether Current. These, Interesting. What's up here? Like a little church ruin or something? This area is a weird comparison, but this like just reminds me a lot of Elden Ring, just for the like the way that the ruins look. They look very much like Elden Ring ruins in a lot of ways, which is kind of neat. Which obviously this came before it, but yeah. Alright, south we go. I think that's about the right direction. I might need to aim myself slightly more this way. Yeah, like right there. God, the fucking castle looks so cool. Alright. I was thinking for a second, man, I really want to see what this place looks at night. And then I was like, oh yeah, I can't right now. I have to wait till later. But that's gonna be really cool. I'm gonna stay away from that thing, because that's level 80. Do not trust that. These guys just look like fucking... well, never mind, not so much. For a second, I thought these guys just looked a lot like palms from Trails. Which they still kind of do, but not nearly as much as I thought at first. Some extra companion experience while I'm here. Well, how much experience does my Chocobo have now? Like 2/3 there to the next level? A little more than 2/3. Father Collard's chambers is through here. I peered inside, and sure enough, it was milling with Numo. They looked none too friendly. If Thancred were here, he'd tell me to go about it quietly and quickly. Let us split up. Let's do it. I'll find all the ink I can and then come back outside. See you shortly, Tara. I believe in human philia. You got this. I'll pull one more. One more should... Okay, I can pull one more. Should be enough that I can heal out of it. Where's my fucking chocobo? Oh, it's back there fighting that fucking thing. Oh my god. I'm sitting here, I'm like, why is my chocobo not healing me? And then I realize it's all the way fucking back there fighting that single guy. Buddy. He's doing a pretty good job, all things considered. There we go. Okay. How much experience do I actually need again? Another... That's a lot. That's fine. Grab all 4 of these guys. This time we'll actually get healed properly. There we go. Not too bad. One last shot. Cool. Honestly, probably don't need to fight all this stuff, but I'll take the extra experience for it. I don't even have my tank stance on. Good job, me. It doesn't really matter too much, but still. We're doing my 1, 2, 3. Get some healing that way. Go. Yeah, that's another thing I forgot about challenges, so that's actually not a bad thing solely for that. Pretty worthwhile, at least for that, because that's a big XP bonus. And we'll grab this guy too. Good for now. And come back here. There you go. Cool, bosom buddies is done. I just gotta kill these guys and I'm good to keep going. There we go. Cool. Damn, these guys respawned. Wild. Come up here? Yeah, I do. Invisible ink. That looks pretty visible to me. Imagine. Imagine fucking lying like that. Actually rude. That is very clearly green. Alright. Now I can hop on out of here. We'll keep on going. How much is that out now? Yeah, that was a really nice boost. So yeah, I should definitely be going for that every day I can. I'm wondering how much... Because I've never actually looked at how much extra experience that gives. How do I even look at challenges? I forget. Challenge log. Yeah, it's an extra 47,000. Bosom Buddies 2 is 94,000. So that's also kind of worth it. Plug it, we'll grab more. No. Alright, cool. Yeah, even 2, which is 100 enemies, is pretty comparable to just like, I don't know, like 10 dungeon pulls, so that's not too bad.
Oh, thank goodness. There you are.
One sec. Ah! Okay, auto advance.
Those Numo were rather frightening. I'm glad you're safe.
Glad you're safe too.
I haven't seen much actual combat, so I was a little nervous, but I'm happy I could help. The Minfilius before me battled Sin Eaters as part of the Yulmoran army. But that had all changed by the time I was found. They held me captive, so that I wouldn't follow in the others' footsteps. I'd still be in my cell now had Thancred not spirited me away. When he found me, I knew nothing of the world. I didn't know how to live, let alone fight. Thancred once told me that if the efforts to summon you failed, it would fall to me to face the Light Wardens. I realized then that it was the only reason he kept me close. As a contingency. The truth is, he can't stand to be around me. Because I'm not her. I'm not his Minfilia. Once, we journeyed to Nabatha together, to the place where the Oracle appeared and stayed the flood. As we drew near, I felt as though I was fading away. I shut my eyes and covered my ears, and then... I'm not sure what happened after that. I have a vague feeling that I said something to him. Only it wasn't me at all. It was her. Afterwards, Thancred didn't say a word. Only kept to himself and brooded. There's nothing I can do for him. Nothing I can offer but my presence, though it only reminds him of his loss. She should be the one to live on. That's why I tried to find you, because I knew that was what she wanted. But now that you're here, I'm not entirely sure what it was she intended me to do. Was I meant to tell you something, or bring you to someone, or somewhere? I can feel the answer at the edge of my mind, just out of reach.
Oh?
What is that?
Titania?
Why? Why did you imprison us? Such boredom, such tedium have we suffered. It is unfair. Unfair.
Jesus.
Come and play with us.
Okay, alright. Fucking astral projecting into my
Came
mind.
from the castle.
Jeez.
This is everything I have. Please see it delivered to the Numo. I will bear word to Thancred and the others.
Oh, okay. I was like, where the fuck are you planning to go? Alright. Guess we warp back up. I'm gonna finish this quest. My food just got here, so I'll eat real quick, and then, yeah. I would assume we're getting pretty close to the duty, so that'll be cool. Mercy, your majesty, we had no choice. Please forgive us. What? Oh, it's you. My ink. Were you able to retrieve it? Did they also get the astral projection? Did they get their minds all fucked? Yes, this is the ink. And almost all of it, too. When our king spoke to me, my day went from bad to worse, but thanks to you, it's simply bad again. What? You had the vision too? Oh, woe was us. Ordinarily, when a living being turns into a sin eater, it loses everything about its mind that defined it. However, the king has retained some of their instincts. This manifests in the desire to play and be free. So strong is that desire, it often leaks through the seal to invade our consciousness. For a long time we've ignored it, but we can't do so forever. But forgive me, I was going to thank you for reuniting me with my ink. You did exactly as I asked, so I will give you the service I promised. Ahem, nothing up my sleeve, and voila, may it serve you well. Is it just the Aetherite tickets? Because that's cool. Yo, I can get a nut bake. That'll be a thing for later. Okay, we'll accept this in a bit. I'm gonna go make some food real quick. Or not make some food. I'm gonna go grab my food and eat it real quick. And then we shall return shortly. So, be back soon. And I will catch you all in a few. Alrighty, I am back. Let's go ahead, hop back on into things. Got my food all eaten. And now we can continue. I set up a... oh, what's it called? I set up a Stream Deck button to be able to mute the game. That's something I always forget to do. It's not something that I forget to do, it's something I've been meaning to do, but just haven't gotten around to doing. Anyways, let's go ahead and continue. Let's go. Ah, there's nothing like honorable work. Thanks again for giving me the opportunity. Oh, I should mention that Elder Weed Ankh returned a moment ago. If you seek them out, I dare say they'll have tidings for you. Okay. Let's go. Ah, there you are. I'm informed that you've been an excellent patron to our people. For that, you have my thanks. Now then, you will be pleased to hear that we've come to a decision regarding the scepter. If you would gather your companions, I will deliver our answer. Og. Before I begin, please allow me to express my gratitude for your kind patronage. Having been deprived of purpose for so long, our people are overjoyed at being able to serve again. But on the matter of the stone scepter, during our deliberations, we were forced to concede that we will never have the power to deal with our fallen monarch. We can release Titania neither from the castle nor from torment. In light of this, we have decided to entrust their fate to you. Good. Take it, the stone scepter of the Numo. Ah, this makes 3 relics. One more and we can arrange a meeting with the warden. Ere you continue your quest, allow me to enlighten you as regards your foe. Know that Titania is not a name, but a title bestowed upon one chosen to lead the pixies by the grace of nature. This leader, upon Illimeg's founding, arose as ruler of all Fey folk to bring order to our riotous kind. In our turn, we Fey folk render our blessing unto nature, unto water, wood, and wind, that our king might be further empowered. Though they are become a sin eater, their powers remain unchanged. When you face them, be prepared to face the full fury of nature. Oh dear, is there anything else that we should know? Anything else? Only that if you feel unready for the challenge, then none here would blame you for it. You are welcome to remain among us a while longer. After all, I myself have yet to enjoy your patronage, and who knows when I might next have the chance. We would see that you were comfortable, of course, and do all in our power to make you feel at home. Oi! Oh shit. Honestly, I look away for one moment and every fairy and their nuncle tries to steal my sapling from me. This is my sapling. Mine, do you hear? Not yours, not the Fouth's. And anyone who so much as thinks about trying to seduce her will wish they hadn't. Damn. The final relic is a pair of shoes wrought of crystal. They are held in the Amara's safekeeping at their settlement, Wolkdorf. It beareth mentioning that these Amaro are unlike anything which thou hast heretofore encountered. Owing to peculiarity of evolution, they are capable of speech, and thus we might negotiate with them as we have the Fey folk. Yeah, I noticed that. Though it saddens us to see you leave, we wish you well on your way. When you arrive in Wolkdorf, seek out the largest of the Amaro. His name is Seto, and he is the leader and the bearer of the relic. Seto, okay. I'm curious if that's a FF7 reference or not. Because that's the name of Nanaki / Red 13's dad. I was warped there. not use the ticket. I guess we'll see. If we see someone named Nanaki, then it is an FF7 reference for sure. There we go. That's a big ass Amaro. Holy shit. I don't see any Nanakis, but we'll see. An enormous Amaro slumbers peacefully. Seto! Ardbert? Oh! Okay. Oh, forgive me, I was having a dream. Seldom do men visit us. What brings you to our village? Did I hear you all right? You desire the crystal shoes, that you may confront the Light Warden. No, you mustn't think such thoughts. Even if you are indeed immune to the Light's corruption, as you claim, vanquishing the king will bring you naught but sorrow. Forget this folly. Return whence you came. While we appreciate your concern, we have no choice in the matter. Will you not reconsider? Come, my friends, let us leave him with his thoughts. Fair enough. Tis harder by far to change minds of they who mean well than they who mean ill. Forgive me, but I'm not sure I understand. And little wonder, 'tis the first time thou set foot here. 'Twould behoove you all to learn something of the nature of this community, I think, and there is no surer way than to speak with its members. In such wise, you will come to understand Seto's reason for refusing us, and I hope gain an insight into how he may yet be persuaded. So I bid ye seek out the Amaro and make yourselves known unto them. A gentle touch shall suffice by way of a greeting. Okay. Can't tell if he means a gentle touch literally, but I guess we'll see. We get to pet some Amaro, that's pretty sick. Alright. Yep, literally get to pet them. Oops. How long has it been since I last felt man's touch? I cannot help but be reminded of my master's hand. He was a knight of Verber, a noble and valiant soul. But like so many others, he died fighting the Sin Eaters. Though he is long departed, I remain in this land out of respect for his memory. I'm very curious if we're gonna see any, I'm very curious if Seto actually is an FF7 reference. Because I want to say it is, but who knows. It could very well not be. It could just be the same name. Oh, there's a summoning stone here. Let me activate that. Oops. Oh, that tickles. Enough. I've never had a master. I'm not accustomed to it. Not that I dislike your kind, but you understand. On the contrary, we Amaro were bred to be fond of men. In the beginning, we were all of us mindless beasts, but then a mage of Ronka gave us the gift of intelligence, that we might better serve our masters. After that empire fell, those with the gift eventually died out. On rare occasions, however, we are born with the seed of our ancestors in us. If we live long enough amongst men, this seed may quicken, restoring the power of speech to us amongst other things. So it was with me, though I never had a master, as I told you. Interesting. So only some of these guys can talk then. Interesting. That is quite the pet. Oh, what is happening? Why am I being patted? It's wonderful. Seldom do we have the chance to enjoy the attentions of man. Your kind are loath to come here for fear of the Fey folk. But then we are Fey folk too. When we first made our home here, we swore an oath to the Fairy King, you see. 'Tis easy to forget sometimes. So were these guys the Verberites, Amara, or were they... Did they come here after the fact? I don't know. Thou hast peered into the hearts of the Amara, I take it. Indeed. Then thou canst not choose but see the intense and abiding love they bear for men. It is out of concern for our welfare and not scorn that Sedo seeketh to dissuade us from confronting their king. Yet confront their king we must, and to that end we must needs have the crystal shoes. Dauda, might I prevail upon thee to confer with Seto in private? The task of slaying the Light Warden will ultimately be thine, and it is for thee, I believe, that he worrieth the most. Tell him of thy many great deeds, spoken in earnest. Thy words may yet move him to change his mind. You have spoken with my brethren. Then you see it is not out of scorn that I deny you the relic. I simply cannot bear to see men fight and die. Not anymore. None of us can. To lose one who has placed a gentle hand on us even once fills our hearts with untold sorrow, as my brothers and sisters will readily attest. This is something I must do. Ah, what am I to make of such declarations? Tell me, why do you wish this? This land is no longer man's to fight for, nor will your doing so compel the Fey folk to change. And in order to obtain the other relics, you will already have paid the due price, not more is owed. Why then would you risk all to face our fallen king? Save the world. What did you say? The very words. Could it be mere coincidence? Arbor. Very well. You may believe what you say, but we shall see if you have the strength to do it. Sanitas have been prowling the area of late. Prove yourself against them, and I will consider giving you the relic. See that you are well prepared, then meet me in the clearing to the east. There I will lure out the fiends, that you may slay them. So yeah, what the fuck is this big? Oh, okay, that's a player. I thought that was an enemy just like sitting there. I was very confused. Yo, we got Sandman out here? Hell yeah. You look kind of sick too. Alright, go over here. What is that? I will use my voice to lure out the sin eaters, as I once did when I hunted with an old friend. A feeble cry for the ravenous, a mighty roar for the territorial. I still remember the tricks. But come, we begin at your signal. Ready then. Very well. Yeah, those are indeed sin eaters. All right. All right, these guys are fucking piss easy. Jeez. Yo, we got bears? That's sick. I haven't seen bears before. Actually, maybe we have seen bears. I don't remember. Thinking about it, they might have been in that one dungeon that we did. Actually, I can just interrupt that. I was too late because I did a stun instead of an interrupt on accident. Good job, me. Alright. How's that? You made short work of those creatures, I will not deny it. We've seen enough. Let us return to Wolleckdorf. Yes, let's. Where's the next one? 716 to the southwest? Yeah, it's probably like right where the castle is. Makes sense. By the ease with which you slew those sin eaters, I see that you are capable. However, I still require time to think, and if you should be willing, there is a favor I would ask of you. This is not a test of your strength, but a personal request. Please hear my tale. A while ago, I fought sin eaters who had wandered into Ilmeg. In the heat of battle, I dropped a prized possession, a medallion. Of all the places that it should fall, it was Longmirror Lake. We Amaro are not fond of water. We certainly cannot dive very deep. I briefly entertained the thought of turning to the Fuath, but they are more likely to keep my medallion out of mischief than return it to me. I had despaired of retrieving my treasure, but having seen what you are capable of, perhaps you will be able to find it. While I ponder your request for the shoes, will you not go and search for my medallion? If it should elude even you, I will accept that it is gone forever. Yeah, we got you, buddy. Who dis? There's a quest here. Sandman, fuck yeah. Get the current, sick. Oh, I beg your pardon, I must have dozed off again. Ever since I turned 300, I find I can barely stay awake. Sandman is my name, and I had something for you. What was it again? Ah, yes, a request. I would have you seek out a young Amaro who has newly arrived in Ilmeg. But ere I go into details, tell me, know you the nature of our community of Wolleckdorf? It is a place where those of us who have attained intelligence come out to live out our days. We Amaro are born mindless beasts, you see, but if we abide among men for a century or so, we may awaken to abilities long lost in our kind, speech not least of all. That those who have awakened might know of Wolleckdorf, we asked our Numo friends to place enchantments on the crystals found throughout Ilmeg. These crystals call out to our brethren across Norvrant, drawing them hither. However, the aforementioned young Amaro was not prepared for what he found here, that is, other speaking Amaro, and no sooner did I welcome him than he bolted and ran. Though he is wary of us, having served men until recently, I believe he will trust you. Please, will you not find him and persuade him to come here, to help you on your way? He fled to the west of the settlement. Alright. We got you. Alright. Where he at? There he at. At least kinda at. Find a set of Amaro tracks headed southwest. Judging by the depth of the impressions, the creature was in some haste. I think I have to go down this way anyways. Yeah, fuck it, we'll take down this guy. Bring these guys over too, since we're killing stuff. Go. Find foliage that has been partially consumed by a large beast. The trail of consumption continues to the west. Trail of consumption. What a sentence. What a phrase. Fuck are those? Oh, those are Fuoth. I was like, what the fuck? Forgot for a moment the Fuoth are just blue frogs. Find the eaten remains of a fruit, the exposed flesh yet to turn brown. The young Amaro may be near. Just fucking look at this area, god damn. He gasping. The Amaro regards you with weary eyes. It's alright to talk. You know that I can talk? There was another fellow like me. Do you know him? Yep. Well now, a whole settlement of talking Amaro. That must be the place he wanted to show me. My name is Tonatir. My master was a traveling merchant. One day I discovered that I could speak. I was so happy, and I thought my master would be happy too. But when I spoke to him, he looked as if he'd seen a ghost and abandoned me. Since that day, I've been wandering the land by myself. I'd heard of Vilmeg, and I thought it would be nice to see it, but it seems the idea wasn't my own at all. This settlement, Warlockdorf, it sounds like a nice place, but I don't want to live there. I've been alone for a long while. Don't feel comfortable around others anymore, not even other Amaro. Fuck, I want to continue this quest. I'm gonna accept this, but we might continue it later. Appreciate you coming to find me, but I won't go back with you. Please tell Sandman that I'm sorry. Because that is an interesting quest concept. I dig it. Let me go down. There we go. We swim. That's a fitting mount to get. Not appear to be Seto's medallion. Alright. Inside the church? There we go. Alright, now we can warp back up. Eh, fuck it, we'll continue that quest since we're gonna be going back up there anyways. It might as well. I'm curious. Oh, you're back. Did you manage to track down the young Amaro? I did. I see, I see. Well, if he desires to be alone, we cannot well force him to live here. My apologies for taking your time. Sandman, we have a problem. A Pneumo's come over here, and they're absolutely livid. They claim that one of us ate their porksy. What? That is most unusual. The Pneumo are our good friends. Every one of us knows better than to do such a thing. Everyone except for Tonathieu. This is true. Tonathieu has but arrived here. He knows not the ways of Ilmeg. While I would not blame him out of hand, the possibility cannot be ignored. Forgive me, my friend, but will you not help us once more? My thanks. I will have words with the Amaro of Wolleckdorf to make certain that the culprit is not among us. Among us? Among us? Meanwhile, please speak with the aggrieved Pneumo and ask them for their account of the incident. Will do, buddy. What's this? The Amaro so coward that they sent a mortal to speak for them? No matter. You will have my account and I will have justice. My porksy were out gathering herbs when it happened. Suddenly I sensed its intense fear. And then it cried to me in my mind that an Amaro was chasing it. And then it was gone. I thought the Amaro were civilized, that they were our friends. How wrong I was. Unless I receive fitting reparation for this heinous deed, then there can no longer be peace between our peoples. What? It wasn't an Amaro of Wolleckdorf, but a creature from outside Ilmeg. Prove it. Bring me this Amaro that's responsible, this Tonathieu, and let's have the truth from him. If he's as ignorant as you say, he should still be near the scene of the crime, in Vobertenberg. I will go and have words with the Sandman while I wait your return, but do not take too long. I am not in a patient mood. Oh boy. Alright, let's go grab him. One sec, someone's knocking on my door. Alright. Fuck off, moss fungus. I don't want you here. I wish my car could traverse this terrain this easily. Fucking imagine. I'll kill you. Oh, it's you again. Have I seen a porksy, you ask? You mean the flying pig? Then yes, it looked delicious, and it was. Oh boy, buddy. Did I do something wrong? A little bit. What? It wasn't a wild animal, but a new most cherished familiar. Oh no, what have I done? So soon after I refused the offer to live in Wollerkdorf, I'm going there to apologize. Well, there's no use delaying it. Let's be on our way. I know I was giving him one of the fucking dino dog voices, but it's fine. I'm curious if anyone's actually done all the side quests in this game. I'm sure there's people who have probably done a lot of them, but I wonder if anyone's actually done all of them. There's a lot. My thanks for bringing back Tuna to you. Now we shall be able to clear up the misunderstanding. I'm so sorry I ate your pig. It's just, I was dreadfully hungry and it looks so delicious. Foxies are not pigs, I'll have you know. They are people's favorite familiars. We treat them as we would our family. Now I praise you for having the courage to admit your mistake. However, we cannot let this grievance stand without fitting reparation, such as the way of we new Mo. I understand. What would you have of me? Were you a denizen of Wollerkdorf, I would take into account the good relations between our peoples and give you a concession. But seeing as you are not, I have no choice but to demand full payment. A life for a life. Jesus. A life? You mean I have to die? I want to take responsibility for my actions, but I'm afraid to die. What should I do? Can join the Wollerkdorf. That's an option. Ah, indeed. If Tonatiuh were to become one of us, he would be afforded a concession. How does that sound, young one? Oh, but I've already refused your invitation, and since then I've only caused trouble. In spite of all this, you would still let me join you? Ah, come now. To be a flock is to look after one another. And there will be times, I'm sure, when you help your fellows as we help you now. Besides, such things are of no consequence between the joy of welcoming a new member to the flock. Then it's decided. I will hereby demand reparation of Tonatiuh as a denizen of Wollerkdorf. Bring me these 3 items: a bottle of pristine water, a lump of fine clay, and a fairy lamp. By this, I will hold the debt settled. They might prove challenging for an Amaro alone to procure, but then you have a capable mortal here to assist. I suppose I've already come this far. So sorry for dragging you into this. When all is said and done, I promise to repay your kindness. Alright. Being new to Ilmeg, I'm not sure where to begin searching for the items. Finest clay may be had from a nearby cliff face. Difficult to reach for men, but an Amaro could easily fly there. Oh, then I'll go and obtain the clay. In the meantime, I could leave the water to you. It's rather tricky to draw it with our talons. To the northwest of here, you will find a stream fed by a cascade. Its water runs cool and clear and should serve your needs. Here, this should help you carry the items. Cool. Right, let's get back to work. After you have the water, please come and meet me in the fields of Verbertenburg. Alright. There's a stream right there, yeah. Gotta go to the foot of the waterfall. Draw a bottle of pristine water and store it inside the worn sack. Gonna go down here. Alright. There you are. Did you get the water? I did. Oops. Great, I'll put the clay with it in the sack. This leaves us only with the Fey lamp, which I understand is with the pixies. Neat. These all give vitality. Okay, it's not too bad. Mira Laran, that's where the pixies live, right? I hope they are willing to give us a lamp. Hopefully, we'll see. You want a Fey lamp? I've got them, of course. Oh yes, lots and lost. Thoughts. And I'd be happy to part with one for a price. Can't just give it to you for nothing, you know. It wouldn't be fair. So, what do you want for the lamp? Why, what we always want, of course. Fun. If you play with us, we'll give you your heart's desire. I have a new plaything, or playmate. Come with me outside the village and we'll have lots of fun together. Alright. If you say so, buddy. Let's do it. What we doing? What this? Why are there three of you? Ah, we're like triplets, yes. You mortals always have trouble telling us apart, so we're going to make a game of it. In this game, you guess who is the real Weedlore. That's yours truly. You'll get a single hint, and if you answer correctly, I'll give you the Fey lamp. Whenever you're ready, now. Oh. Okay. Let me tell you a secret. I am not a Weedlore. No, the third one of us is. Alright then. You think I'm the real Weedlore, do you? Well, you couldn't be more wrong. Okay. I am the real Weedlore. Search your feelings, you know it to be true. And now for the all-important hint. All three of us are notorious liars. So which of us is the real Weedlore? The second one. What? Everything they... that was the wrong accent. What? Everything they said was backwards. This is too confusing. There's one thing I'm sure about, though. When we first spoke with the Weedlore, it was in a field of flowers. The first pixie didn't smell like flowers at all. If you consider that along with the hint, perhaps you can come up with the correct answer. Which one do you think is the real Weedlore? The second one. Yeah, it's the second one. What? How did you? It was supposed to be hard. Oh, and we were so looking forward to seeing you rack your brains. Oh well, a promise is a promise. You guessed correctly, so I will give you a lamp. Sick. Huzzah! Now we have everything. Let us hurry back to Wollerkdorf. Hell yeah, buddy. Let's do it. Alright, this will probably be the last one of this little quest line. I've taken a receipt of the pristine water and the fine clay. Told the Fey lamp is with you. Yep. Excellent. Now I can fashion myself a new proxy. Fashion a new proxy? Just so, it's quite simple, really. Make the body using clay and water, imbue it with magic from the lamp, and voila, a proxy is born. I am well satisfied now. All is forgiven and forgotten. Till next time, friends. Proxies are made of clay. Ugh, I don't feel so good all of a sudden. In any case, all is well that ends well. I can't thank you both enough. Hell yeah, buddy. I'm pleased to have been of service. Now then, Tona to you. On behalf of all the Armada of Wollecdorf, I bid you welcome to the flock. I've never been with a flock before, and there's much that I don't know, but I'll try my hardest to live up to expectations. No need to be stiff, young one. Remember, we're all friends here, brought together by our awakening. In the distant past, our ancestors were given the gift of intelligence through magic. Though that magic is long faded, it wrought a change in our heart that may occasionally manifest in the form of an Amaro such as ourselves. We Amaro were created to serve men. Many of us form enduring bonds with our masters and mistresses. However, we live far longer than they do, and thus it is our lot to experience the sorrow of parting. But those of us who are left behind, who are worn down by grief, may yet find solace here in Wollecdorf. I have lost full many masters, as has everyone in the flock. I know their pain and they mine. This settlement brings us all together that we might support one another and live in peace. In time, I hope that you will come to think of it as your home. Home. I like the sound of that. Thank you, Sandman, for everything. Awesome Amaro moment. Fuck yeah. Grab that. I'm glad I did that. That was a neat little side quest. Alright. Let us continue main story now. Got a little sidetracked there. Ah, you are returned. How fared your search?
Ah, my medallion! You found it!
Damn, I was actually pretty close with the voice that I've been given these guys.
I know not how to thank you. It is my most treasured possession. A gift from a dear departed soul. He was a traveler.
Yeah.
And together we journeyed to the ends of the world and back again. When I was young. In those days, I could not speak. But we found joy in each other's company nonetheless. Oh, the memories. This medallion he found during an adventure. Fashioned it into a necklace for me, his partner in crime. I had not the words to tell him then, but it filled my heart with pride. I was so happy.
Aww.
His name was Artbert, and he was my friend.
Artbert, thou sayest?
Everyone blamed him for the flood. him and his comrades. Some few spoke up for them, of the many whose lives they had touched. But as the years went by, their voices were drowned out by those who only uttered the adventurers' names as a curse. It was too much to bear, and so I left behind men and their lies, and came to this place. Ardbert was a trusting soul, constantly being drawn into the troubles of others. Yet in spite of this, he never thought twice when he saw someone in need. He always tried to help. It was no different then. The world needed heroes. It needed him. And yet, he was a good man. He deserved to be happy. I wish I could have told him that, at least.
I'm sure Ardbert knows how you feel.
You remind me of him. Your kindness. When we Amaro were created, we were granted the ability to perceive souls. Thus did we recognize our masters. That ability has long since faded from our kind. But due perhaps to my reversion, I can see your soul. Faintly, but surely. It is reminiscent of Ardbert's. Strikingly so. Of course, you are you and no one else. We are defined not by the soul we are born with, but the path we walk. Nevertheless, I cannot help but feel that this is more than mere coincidence. Which is why I will place my faith in you. The relic. It is yours.
There's trouble! Terrible trouble!
Uh-oh.
Has something happened at Lida Loran?
Together with the twins, we were playing tricks on some nasty mortals to stop them from setting foot in Ilmeg.
Uh-oh.
At first they ran off screaming, which was lots of fun. But then a scary, bony, wrinkly old mortal came along and spoiled everything. None of our tricks seemed to work on him, which is no fun at all. And now they're getting closer and closer.
Ranjit. If he manages to find his way in, all our efforts will have been for naught.
Yep.
As thou sayest. Should we be discovered ere our mission here is complete, and the Light Warden yet liveth, our task will be rendered nigh impossible.
So beeline for the Light Warden?
If we are to prevail, we must needs divide our forces. Thus do I propose the following. Whilst thou salliest forth to meet with the Light Warden, we shall join in the effort to obstruct the trespassers.
Okay.
Should we succeed in staying their advance, all the better. Yet even should we fail, if we can but delay our enemy's arrival long enough for thee to secure victory, our plan may still be deemed a success.
Fair enough.
So the moment the lights go out, we all beat a hasty retreat, yes?
Yep. Sounds like a plan.
Let me come with you. I have the blessing too.
That's a fair point, actually.
No, Midfelia. You'll only get underfoot. Now come.
I wish there were more I could do. Please be careful.
said I would wish you well on your way. Forgive me. It seems my indecision has cost you precious time. But I am convinced that you will triumph. To the south, you will find the bridge to the Agia. As the bearer of the 4 relics, the gate to the castle will open to you. I think that's just my last... No, there is one more. Okay. Yeah, well, okay, yeah, so that's my last quest, Aether Current, and then there's one more that I need to grab down there. Okay, cool. Yeah, we are almost done grabbing Aether Currents here. Good. That'll mean I can G-pose in good places. Because I can fly. Alright. Let me see. Here's who's all mine. Quite a few people, actually. Okay. Neat. Yeah, if there are people who want to help me with the dungeon, I would gladly take the help. How close are we to the next Aether Current? The west, so yeah, it's probably like right up there. Alrighty then. Up we go. There's a puka. Oh shit. 90 yams north. Alright. Yeah, it's probably like right up here. Yep, there it is. Good? Be good. Cool. Alright. Alrighty. Oh? Bronze ceiling. Okay, that makes sense. The gate has recognized that you bear all 4 relics. The seal is broken. All that remains is to enter the castle and confront Titania, a being bereft of reason and mercy. It is sure to be a ferocious battle, but if anyone can bring an end to our king's torment, it is you. Yet, know this, my adorable sapling. Though we Fey folk may appear to live unfettered lives, there are still laws that bind us. Take back as much as is taken, to create as much as is destroyed, to give as much as is received. In all things, balance must be preserved, and the same will be asked of you. But worry not, come what may, your beautiful branch will ever be at your side. The Dancing Plague. Cool. Alright, well, if anyone here wants to join, feel free. Y'all will get first priority. I'll also post in FC chat since there's a bunch of people online. If anyone wants to help run through that. Let me see. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, this is our first Shadowbringers trial too. Alright. I'll give that a minute or so. On my own water. I'm still pretty good. Alright. Alright, Sanchi's down. Dick. All right. Throw that out. And then, yeah. But anyway, if no one else wants to in a minute, then we'll just go ahead and queue up. Should be good. I'm going on tank. This is going to be an interesting fight. I'm curious. Alright. Go ahead and toss a ready check. Cool. Alright. Let's go. See how long this takes. Oh, I got Shammy. I'll toss Shammy an invite. Do I even have? Yeah, I do. Okay. All right, sick. All right. Toss another ready check and then we'll start queuing. Okay. Sick. Other tank, please. Please. There we go. Light Warden Titania. Ah, so much time lost. So much frolicking and festing left unconscious. I didn't get to read that in time. It doesn't appear in the dialogue log. We must make up for it, we must. Beginning by playing with you. Ooh. All right. All right. I'm digging this. Oh, okay. Yeah, this isn't what I was expecting for the music to be like, but all right. All right. I don't know if anyone's typing up mechanics or something. All right. Papa ready check. Mr. and everyone stand in the puddles, 1 per puddle, and Phantom Rune is Tank Buster Cleave. Alright. That was fucking music. Holy shit. So that move is the party wide area. Good to know. Oh, okay.
Wait.
Mr. Okay, so this is the puddle one?
When you play with fire. We're sick of this cramped old castle. Let's play in the forest.
Ooh, okay. Pretty. How's this going, girl? Oh, okay. I see. Okay. Good to know. That's what that does. Oh, okay. Oh. Okay. Get in. Cool. Okay. Ad phase? Yep, looks like ad phase. Alright. Holy shit. Oh shit, okay. That was a lot of damage very quickly. Alright, that's good to know. Whoa. Holy fuck. Those are some giant ass Piloco. Holy shit. Okay, they're all going over here. I'm following. Jesus Christ. Okay. Something just fucking slapped me. Jesus Christ. Okay. Or up to Sanche. Damn. Okay. Well, that was something. Okay, so I'm setting markers. Okay. Good to know. So I'm guessing that's the order we're supposed to do? Yeah. Alright. Cool. Divination's the tank cleave. I keep forgetting.
When you play with fire. We're sick of this cramped old castle. Let's play in the forest.
Alright. So this is the one that I got wood, I think? Yeah. see how that AoE marker works now. Okay, I didn't realize that was gonna give me hysteria. Good to know. Let me free. There we go. That guy's gonna still throw out AoEs even when he's down? Damn.
Like the leaves on the forest.
Alright. Big damage, alright.
This is so much fun. Let's play some more.
Another mist rune, alright. Oh my god. Okay, I see. Oh, okay, I see. I think I should. Yep. go. Almost there. Whoops, I'm dumb. That's the wrong button. And done, I think. Yeah, done. Boop.
We can play no more.
I'm gonna have to immediately find that song. Oh boy. What Angel Wakes Me? Alright. I'm adding that to my playlist literally right now. Literally immediately. Okay. Alright. Where did we go?
You have freed our fallen king. Not that I expected any less, my Snayak.
You just call me a snail. I wonder if they're just speaking like Celtic.
The dress, the crown, the scepter, the shoes. The time has come for these relics to serve their true purpose. For they are not only keys to the castle, they are also blessings to be bestowed upon the new king. The way into the castle is opened when it is time to relieve the reigning monarch of the throne. And the brave soul who does the deed has the honor of taking their place. However, should you ascend the throne, you will become one of us, never again to live as men do. My adorable sapling, my precious mortal. We Fae folk live forever, but such is not your virtue. To strive for a dream you will never see, to sow seeds that others might one day taste the fruits of your garden, that is the beauty of your kind. Burn bright and shine as only you can. These blessings, your lovely branch will accept in your stead.
That's pretty.
Kinla, Ilichla, Ilmek, Okbra. Now, shall we attend to those unwise enough to trespass in our realm?
Yeah, let's kick their asses.
Confound it! How did they get here so fast?
Damn these pixies and their tricks!
Oh, Jesus.
How in the seven hells?
Listen well. We come in pursuit of villains who have fled to this land. You know who and where they are. Now show yourselves and answer me before I lose my patience.
Ow! Stop! It hurts! It hurts!
Enough! Lift the enchantment!
Minfilia, willful child. How many times must I come to collect you?
I won't return to your maw. And I won't let you hurt my friends.
What is this stance? Where did you learn it? No oracle I trained would make such an unseemly show of herself. Know your shame, gal. You're powerless. You have no life nor purpose, save that which our master sees fit to permit.
Fuck yeah, Alice. And Thancred.
Who are you to dictate her purpose? To lock her away and deny her a life? If she was powerless, it's because of you, you sanctimonious swine. But no longer.
Fool! Defiance only begets more suffering. It is through acceptance alone that one may find solace in this god's-forsaken world.
Look! The sky!
Nope.
She's done it. The warrior of darkness has triumphed.
General? What are our orders? What do we do?
We do what we came to do. Subdue this rabble and find the warrior of darkness.
Forward, men! Take the villains captive! Are you deaf?
Oh.
I said...
Axla Orwain! Axla Orwain! What? What's happening? Water? That wasn't there before.
Oh no. The story's been good. I'm digging this.
Orwain Kansasi, Orwain Kinsi. Help me!
Bushman, fuck yeah.
What's the matter with you? Get a hold of yourselves, damn it!
Yeah, I just did it. Get shrubbed, idiot. True.
General, they come in greater numbers. We must retreat.
All who stand with a warrior of darkness shall face justice. My master demands it.
Yeah, that's good. That's good to hear, especially considering how apparently awful the ending of Game of Thrones was. That is good to hear.
I see. Well, it's a good thing Fear-Ul volunteered to become king in your stead, for all our sakes.
We are grateful for your timely aid, Fear-Ul, or should I say, your majesty.
It was the first night in recent memory. We all of us but wish to make the most of it. That's something you must remember about us Fae folk. Though our existence may be eternal, we exist only for the present. We live in the here and now, paying no mind to futures that may or may not be. To wit, we are not driven as men are. We cannot fight for such causes as men do.
Does that mean you won't aid us against the Sin Eaters?
Not unless the mood takes us. But if it was to repay a debt, well then, that's another matter. To take back as much as is taken. To create as much as is destroyed. To give as much as is received. Such is the way of Ilmeg. By this law, we shall lend you our strength. In return for the beautiful sky you have restored to us. In times of need, do not hesitate to call.
What about our pact?
Silly sapling. I shall remain at your side. Even should my body be in the castle, 'tis a simple thing to have a little part of me accompany you. Treat them as you would the Sniffs.
Alright. Ne'er for a moment did I doubt that thou wouldst triumph over thy foe, yet the majesty of thine achievement delighteth me nonetheless. Night hath returned to Ilmeg, and we stand one step closer to delivering the first from its doom, and averting the 8th umbral calamity. Until the servers go down for maintenance. So, like, what time is it now? 7? So, like, 4 hours. 'Tis but a pity you were not present to see the Fae folk put the Yulmorans to flight. 'Twas a sight to raise the spirits, I do assure thee. And yeah, Naraka, I think, and granted, I haven't watched it either. The biggest thing I've heard is that it was essentially like there were a fuck ton of plot points that just never got wrapped up because they just kind of tried to rush the ending, which is whatever. But yeah, hopefully they're not down too long. I guess we'll see. I think Nash last night was saying that it was supposed to be a shorter one, so we'll see. Maybe like an hour or so. But I guess we'll find out. Ah, but what valuable allies they might prove. We're the only move to take them. We're the mood only to take them. I can fly! 4 hours. 4 hours, okay, yeah. Dark Missionary. What'd that do? I forget. Oh, okay. I guess something. I knew you could do it, and not only because you're a blessing, you have a strength all your own, and it has seen us through many a trial. Want to do yours tonight? Ah, I feel it. Alright, Nark. With the Warden defeated, I believe our work here is done. It is time we were going together, needless to say. To the bitter end, the fate of our two worlds being at stake and all that. Now then, I suggest we hurry back to the Crystarium. Much and more may have happened while we were frolicking with the Fey folk. That Ranjit elected to pursue us makes me hopeful the city was spared Yulmore's attentions, but I would sooner see for myself. Besides, I believe I speak for us when I say that I've had a belly full of Ilmeg. Let us away before the fairies think to play with us again. Alright, before we do that, before we go back, let me finish discovering the map. That's a thing I can do now. There's all that map, and then there's that little chunk over there as well. I want to get all of it. Uh-huh. Oh, yeah, no, mind. I was like, I don't think I've ever been over to that little thing, but yeah, no, I definitely have. Because that's where one of the Aether Current quests took me. That is a really pretty area. Like, honestly. Also, holy fuck, this ocean goes far off. Far off to the side. Wild. Curious what's all down there. Where'd it go? Every single fucking time. Let's not die. That would generally not be a good idea. Dying is not fun. Ugh. There's a little vista here. Hooded Mountain Shelf was favored by St. Fothric of the Church of the First Light as a place to perform the rites of penance. Amongst the fairies of Ilmeg, only the Numo would remember or understand the significance of the location's history. Neat. I feel like this is a potentially pretty good G-post spot, but we'll see. We'll do some scouting. Probably not planning to do any G-post stuff tonight, but still. I'm just gonna warp here because it'll be a little bit quicker. Alright. God, and that little church in the water has just like a little bit of light gleaming off of it. That's cool. Hand mirror lake. Ah. What's down inside the lake here? I'm curious. It'd be a little weird for it to... No, I can't dive. Huh. Interesting. Okay. Alright then. Fair enough, I suppose. Let us return to the Crystarium. No thanks. Fuck. Good job, me. Proud. It's like splashed water all over myself. I just like missed my mouth. Swear you could dive? Unless my dive button might be messing up. That is a possibility because that happens quite frequently. I'll try it again another time. I don't know why it does that though. Okay, did that just... whatever, I'll grab that later. Yeah, for some reason, and I don't know why this is a thing, sometimes my dive button, it'll like be bound, but it just won't work. I have no clue why. It's honestly like really annoying. Oh yeah, that was I was confused for a second because I saw this up here and I was like, what is that? And I remembered I looked at it before and it's a hand land thing.
All seems well at the Crystarium.
Yes. Ylmor was plainly more concerned with finding us. How flattering.
Oh. Oh.
You certainly took your time. I had half resolved to complete the task myself.
Hi there, buddy. What are you doing here?
And you are...
Were one to study the annals of Garlean history, one would find yonder visage on many a page. Though by rights its youth should long since have faded.
Well, well, we have a historian in our midst. That spares me a lengthy explanation. I am Solus Sos Galvus, founding father of the Garlean Empire, and under various guises, the architect of myriad other imperially inclined nations. As for my true identity, I am Emmett Selk, Ascian.
Well.
Gaius spoke of you, a native of the Source.
Equal in rank to La Habrea. And you came all this way just to introduce yourself to us?
Behold the sky, restored to its former glory. Have you ever seen a more affecting spectacle? Oh, it is truly, deeply infuriating. Do you have any idea how much you have delayed the rejoining? Following the flood, the First had been listing ever further towards the light, towards stasis. The end was in sight. Enter man and his indomitable spirit. He would haul the world back from the brink. And adding his lumpen weight to the power of growth, he duly tipped the scales, if only by a fraction. Yet a fraction was enough to spoil the perfect imbalance needed to bring about a rejoining. Had mankind continued to live in idleness under Vorthri's rule, all the conditions would have been met. But you had to come and ruin it all.
That me.
Thanks to your meddling,
Light supremacy is in doubt, and our painstakingly laid plans are in tatters!
Well, I should begin by thanking you for confirming Urianger's theories on the inner workings of the Calamity. He will be most pleased. As for what happens next, might I suggest you admit defeat and walk away?
Happy to let me go, are you? Because the murderous glint in your eye suggests otherwise. Indeed, it is enough to make me think better of confronting you alone. Look, it did cross my mind to simply side with Vorthri and kill you all. But that's no different from what La Habret did. And we all know how well that ended for him. And so, while it is liable to be troublesome, I have settled upon a different approach. Cooperation. I will not raise a hand to hinder your hunt for the Light Wardens. If you desire it, I will even lend you my knowledge and strength.
What?
Since time immemorial, you and yours have labored to rejoin the 13 shards, at the cost of countless lives. Do you expect us to believe that your objective has suddenly changed?
Nay, our objective is the same as it ever was. Though I dare say, you do not know our motive. A war waged without knowledge of the enemy is no war. It is mere bloodletting. Just once, might we not seek to find common ground? For good or ill, I am immortal. Provided I have the inclination, I can always begin anew, scheme and conspire to my heart's content. But this time I thought that I might instead try to see eye to eye, to understand what drives the hero of the Source, to determine if our goals are truly incompatible. So come, shed your preconceptions. See beyond the unscrupulous villains you take us for. When all is said and done, we may find ourselves pleasantly surprised. The proud discoverers of a path of cooperation rather than opposition. Think of it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Thou hast delivered thy proposal, and we would not dismiss it outright. If I may offer thee counsel, however, to make thy case via an illusion reflecteth poorly upon thy sincerity.
My apologies. You will forgive me if I'm not entirely at ease in the presence of a famed Ascian Slayer. I felt it only prudent to take precautions. Nonetheless, your counsel is duly noted. I take my leave, friends. Rest assured, we shall meet again soon.
Well, I will definitely say so far, my thoughts of Emmett Selk being very similar-ish to Arden from 15. It's just, as time goes on, it's just even more so, like, brewing in my mind. I'm like, this seems a lot like Arden, but, like, better written. Big Rat Man? Oh shit, true. Cooperation? He can't be serious, can he? Well, we've certainly given much to ponder, but first things first, we should report to the Exarch. You can run along, Tauta. We're perfectly capable of handling this little task. In light of your recent exertions, I'd say you've earned a rest. Go on, take yourself off to bed. We'll see you later. Refreshed and ready for more. But yeah, I think I'm definitely getting Arden vibes from him, and I'm kind of cool with that because I do really like Arden. I just wish Arden was better written, and that seems to be what Emmett Selk is. I can't believe they put Timothy Chalamet's homeless uncle in 14. Yo, can't believe it. Like, even just down to his style, because, like, fucking... Let me pull up a picture of Arden. This motherfucker. Like, even just down to the style, he reminds me of Arden. Let me see. Let me find a big picture of him. Yeah, this shit right here. Display capture. Yeah, this motherfucker. You cannot tell me that that does not remind you of the same guy. Like, they got a kind of similar style going on, and I dig it. Anyway. Yeah, I don't know. My mind is curious. I'm very okay with that. He looks even more homeless, true. He's homeless, but with flair. Ah, welcome back, miss. We've been expecting you. You will find refreshments laid out in your quarters. We hope they are to your liking. I don't like that. Will you be retiring now? I don't like that they put refreshments in my quarters. That seems bad. Homeless, but I thought that said fruity. I was thrifty. Yes, fruity also works though. Very good, miss. I bid you a pleasant evening. What is this? Sandwich basket? Yo! Yas, if you will. True. They are both not the same thing. True. Got a point. They are thrifty and fruity. At the same time. Another Ardbert moment. Certified Ardbert moment. Read the sandwich basket description when I get a chance. Okay, we'll do. I hope the past few days have not been overly taxing. Pray take your rest and recover.
From the Exarch, is it? With that mirror of his, he can watch your every move, you know. You'll probably think you're talking to yourself. Still, he's keeping you well fed.
Certified Ardbert moment. Fuck yeah.
Judging by his people's faith in him, he seems to be a decent sort.
Yeah.
But so much about him remains shrouded in mystery. Like, what was he doing back in my day? There was no such person when I was around. A lot's happened since the flood, though. Since I was set adrift. I know little more than you do of this city's history in the Exarch's past.
I'm still of the thought process that it's actually just Grahatia, but I don't know.
Matters. It's Emmett Selk we should be concerned about.
True. But I guess we'll see.
When our world was about to be consumed by light, the Ascian in white appeared before us. He said that the only way for us to live on was to bring about the rejoining.
You're just on the moon, okay. Alright then.
Desperate as we were, we heeded his words, not realizing that the flood was of the Ascian's own making. They cannot be trusted. None of them. But Emmett Selk had one thing right. One should not fight blindly. That's what we did. And it cost us everything we held dear.
Jesus Christ, you can really be an asshole here. Tell me about Seto. Yeah, I do.
What? What about Seto? What is there to say? All right. He's done some growing. When we were traveling together, he was nowhere near as big, and he obviously couldn't speak. I had no idea how much that medallion meant to him. What about you, anyway? You must have a friend like Seto? Chocobo, perhaps? Come on, you tell me something for a change.
Yeah? Have I been getting titles? I actually haven't been paying attention. I have. Cool. Let me actually see what titles I've gotten, because I haven't checked those in a little while. Let me see. Prelude and Violet, Requiem for Heroes. Outlander, Fate Touched. Cool. Okay. Sandwich basket description, let me see. A picnic's worth of scrumptious sandwiches, aesthetically arranged. Cool. Is there anything else? So you can dye the sandwiches, yo? Pog? Unless I'm missing something, I don't know. That is a bunch of sandwiches. That is true. I forgot I had those. Thought I had a special description. Ah, makes sense. Okay, real quick. Nah, you're good. Maybe it's a different sandwich basket? I don't know. I'm gonna head down to the market board real quick. I forgot I did some stuff last night and I never put them back on the market board. Summoning bell. There we go. Does she actually... Actually, I haven't summoned anyone here. Okay, yeah, it does just summon Fayeul. Neat. Do I have any gil from her? No? Okay. Just dialogue that references it later? Maybe, yeah. This still good? Yep, okay. I actually put that price up. I'll put it up to like 65,000. And then I'll also put 2 more on there because I have 2 more now. Because there were 2 people that were horribly undercutting everything else, and I was like, nope. Not happening. I need to check these prices too. But depending on that one, yeah, no, that's fine. 34,000, sure. Ones I don't think go for too much. That's the one I just put on. 18,998. That was right? Yeah, okay. Mod Globe. Okay, I can actually bump that price up a bit. $37,997. I'll change that to a 6. Alright, cool. Cool. There's a Manic Pixie Dream Realm, yo. Pog. What is this? I'm curious now. They're calling out the manic pixie dream girl people. What this? Pink Pixie appears to be spying on some children. Okay. I guess we'll do it. It happened again. I had another scary dream. Me too. And mine, a bunch of toys became a monster and chased me all over. Yeah, it's a plus quest, so I don't know. I'm curious. What? I had the exact same dream. This can't be a coincidence. The Pixies, I'll wager they're behind it. Those beings in Ilmeg, the grown-ups say we must never go near. Aye, them. Mammy said that. If you're naughty, they'll come into your dreams and drag you off to a world of nightmares. Sure. I'm curious. Truly? Oh, no. I haven't been doing my chores. I must hurry and finish them. Pixie Trap quest. Okay. Makes sense. Seems they were right. What a dilemma this is. And to think that they pinned the blame on us. We like fun dreams, not scary ones. Something the matter? Give a pixie a fright sneaking up like that. And how can you even see me anyway? Wait, I know you. You're the new King Sapling. I've been wanting to meet you since forever. Tout is your name, is it not? Forgetting my accents. My name is Tirbig. I'm the leader of the Dream Spinners. Oh yes, I'm an expert at spinning dreams, and for this they call me the Weaver. Though weird and eccentric are often thrown around too. But whatever others say, there's no place I love more than children's fun-filled dreams. But there's a problem. We've recently been shut out of dreams. At around the same time, I received word that the children were being racked by nightmares. So I came here to investigate. And it's just as I had feared. I suppose a few things bear explaining. Simply put, someone's trying to ruin our precious Meg, the Garden of Dreams, and they must be stopped. You know, this problem concerns mortals as well. As an upstanding member of your kind, it pains you to see your fellows suffer from nightmares, doesn't it? Of course it does, and that's why you lend me to your aid. Without further ado, then, let's set to work solving this problem. Come with me to the place called Sullen west of here. Now we're going to rendezvous with another ally. Okay. Yeah, I'll worry about the rest of this later. But neat. Alright. Yeah, we'll continue on this queue for now. Especially since we're limited on time tonight. Is that an actual guard? Yeah, it is. Okay. It was hard to tell for a second if that was actually, like, a person or what. Oh, okay. Blue Spirit headgear. Good day to you, miss. I hope you are well rested. The Exarch and your companions are presently gathered on the Arcula. I ask that you convene with them at your earliest convenience. Let's go.
Ah, there you are. You're just in time to welcome our guest.
at him.
Please. Did I not explicitly tell you that we would be meeting again soon? Lest you forget, I made you a promise. I have no intention of meddling with your mission. I come only to observe. Your Exarch friend in particular has piqued my curiosity. Summoning you all like that. Most impressive.
You honestly expect us to believe you've come only to observe? Or that you might deign to lift a finger to aid our cause if called upon? Even if there were a sliver of truth in your words, I would never accept your help. Not in my darkest hour. Not after all the suffering your kind has wrought.
So petty. I meant what I said, and I said what I meant. Wage your war against the Sin Eaters, put each and every Light Warden to the sword, prove yourselves heroes, brave and true, and I will be glad to embrace you as allies. Allies worthy of bearing the burden of truth. Surely such a partnership would be preferable to yet another round of fisticuffs. And thus did the olive branch wither and die. Pity. Well, let no man say I did not try, futile as it was. Though I suspect you will seek me out when you grow tired of making the same mistakes. Difficult decisions lie ahead of you. Decisions best made with the benefit of knowledge to which only the Eternal are privy. For now, I shall resume my shadowy vigil. Whatever you choose to do, make sure it's worth watching, would you?
What was that all about?
A vain attempt to make us doubt our chosen course, most like. As if we'd believe a word that passed his lips. Unless you think there is some truth in what he says.
Going third option. Don't know, but if he crosses us, I'll make him wish he hadn't.
I'm sure you will. But consider for a moment. If he meant simply to lead us astray, he could have done so without revealing himself.
That's true.
At least, not in the manner he did. It goes without saying that an alliance with the Ascians is out of the question. But since we have no way of knowing where they might be hiding, it seems only logical to press on with our mission, even if our enemy seems content for it to succeed.
Then let us discuss the Sin Eaters. I would begin by thanking you all for your efforts thus far. In striking down the Light Wardens of Lakeland and Ilmeg, you have accomplished more in your short time here than all of our forces managed in the last century.
That may be, but the Wardens of Calusia, Amareng, and Raktika remain.
Indeed, and their precise whereabouts are as yet unknown. Which is why I propose we divide our forces and conduct a systematic survey of each region.
Fair enough.
Once we have found our quarry, we may then determine how best to proceed.
I'll take Amareng in that case. I know the lie of the land well enough.
If there are no objections, I will make for Calusia. I have connections there both in and around Yulmore that may prove useful.
Then I would ask that you journey to Raktika.
Hell yeah.
There you will find Y'shtola. With her assistance, I doubt the Warden will evade your grasp for long.
Is Y'shtola the conjurer you and Urianger used to talk about?
Mommy?
That's
Hi.
right. Though we haven't spoken much since you left for the forest.
I fear I may be to blame for that. I had every intention of relaying the news of your arrival, but she is disinclined to speak with me.
What'd you do?
You have visited her, have you not? Might I trouble you to...
It would be no trouble.
My thanks. While you are all out in the field, I shall be here attending to business. I had somewhat fancifully contemplated joining the search myself, but other matters demand my attention.
Alright, Narak. What that? That's a letter.
What's that?
A missive from Lord Vortha.
Oh.
He invites me to join him in Yulmore to discuss the recent conflict at Leda Luran.
Also, sorry, I just realized my mouse has been in the middle of the screen.
Any bait? It's obviously a trap.
I should be surprised if it were not. Nevertheless, I must seize this opportunity to speak with him, even if only a few words are exchanged. Though my power will be much diminished so far from the tower, it is a risk I am willing to take. Master Alphino, might I impose upon you to accompany me to Yulmore prior to beginning your reconnaissance?
Of course.
Then let us make ready. Safe travels to you all.
Before you leave, I would make a request of you. There was a church, or rather the ruins of a church at Fort Job. I'd ask that you go there before seeking out Y'shtola. It was a place where people once gathered to worship the light. Alas, it has long since fallen into disuse. Yet within that hall there remains a tablet whose writings I believe may prove of use to Y'shtola. At the very least, such a relic would make a suitable gift for your reunion. A most considerate proposal. Very well. Ere we depart to Raktika, we shall journey unto Fort Job that we might secure this relic. Alright. Let's go. We zoom. Here amidst these ruins we will find the Church of the First Light, and within that hallowed hall the tablets we speak. Time is of the essence, my friend. Let us be quick. At the height of Lakeland's prosperity, these sites served not as man's final bastion, but as testament to his ingenuity and architectural prowess. The Church of the First Light was responsible for many such marvels, building majestic chapels in every corner of the realm. Alas, the flood with its inexorable ties would drown nigh everyone and did all but put an end to the religion as a whole. For the creatures which then did rise from that fulgent deluge were seen as agents of divine punishment, sent to devour sin and sinner both. Once came to the name of Sin Eater. People were lost, seemingly forsaken by their god. Yet where there is light, there hath ever been shade, and 'twas in the dark they sought solace. The most devout of these worshippers of shadow did then migrate to the Raktika Greatwood, but that is a tale for another time. For now, let us find what remaineth of the chapel here. You guys got pretty neat gear. Alright. Whoa, it's a Nike. He's on a giraffe. Imagine. Quite a fucking church, Jesus. Oops. There it is. Aye, this is indeed the church we seek. Surprisingly intact. What little is left of the churches I've seen until now has always borne the scars of decades of disuse. Its subterranean construction hath done much to protect the hall from the ravages of time. Yet the reason for its remarkable preservation may be deduced from its decoration. As faith in the light did wane, so rose reverence for the dark. And its followers did want places for worship. To be plain, the standards which do adorn these walls not belong to those who built them, but to worshippers of the dark, the Knights Blessed, who subsequently mitigated to Raktika, yes? Indeed, 'twas beneath the shaded boughs of the Raktika Greatwood that they finally found sanctuary. Often, many times, did Yulmore make spurious overtures of friendship unto them, but they are no fools. The Exarch knoweth full well that Y'shtola in her seclusion doth labor to learn all she may of the blessed and their past. 'Tis why he sent us here, I now see. The tablet of which he spoke no doubt provideth a glimpse into the history that she so yearneth to comprehend. Well then, he'd better hurry up and find it. Picture surroundings for the tablet. You may move the camera. Alright, yeah. Orion J. Were the tablet a fragment of Holy Scripture, 'twould most assuredly rest here on this altar. Yet this would, I presume, also have been where the blessed placed the font of seeing used in their practice of their faith. Whither, then, would they have set the tablet? Good question. Can anyone tell me what this infernal tablet even looks like? No. I barely see my hand in front of my face. If only that torch were a little closer. Yeah, it looks like a tablet. Is there anything else I can interact with? Double check. Alright. We've located the time-worn tablet. Whoa. So difficult. Much challenge. Wow. It right there. Within the altar, thou sayest. That is indeed the tablet. Naught escapeth thine eye, 'twould seem. This is indeed the tablet we seek. Curious, these engravings predate the Knights Blessed. If I am not mistaken, they are writ in the script of the ancient empire of Runka, whose capital once stood in the midst of what is now Raktika. 'Twill be no small matter to decipher them. A fine gift for our seer of truth. 'Tis plain the Exarch understandeth Y'shtola only too well. Come, let us quit this place and make ready for our journey unto the woods. Ere we depart, there is a custom of the Knights Blessed which I feel compelled to elucidate. As one might expect, they deem the light to be abhorrent, and everything it touches befouled. Thus do they take the utmost pains to protect all they can from its taint, including their very names. To speak plain, it is the belief of the blessed that one's own name must ne'er be uttered in the light of the everlasting day. This commandment precludeth not the use of another's. Thus do parents protect their children, and in rare cases, masters and their disciples. Protect from their taint. Oh shit, yeah. Sometimes you gotta protect from the taint, you know? So it is that Ystrola hath taken the name of Master Matoya, lest we offend them. I bid you speak not her true name in the Blessed's presence. That in mind, let us speak with the guard who keepeth the vigil at the Great Wood's border. So that makes sense. I was wondering why he called her Master Matoya in the intro cutscene. That explains it. Look at the pupper. Look at him run. Oh, he's such a good boy. Look at the way he fly. He zoom. He's such a good boy. Alright. I want to see him stick his tongue out before we go. Yeah. What a good boy. Kinda sus. Damn. Imagine. Matoya Magnus. Oh, fuck. Ooh, that hurt. And it's like, went to scratch my leg and I accidentally, like, pulled a little bit of my band-aid off from my injection earlier. And that did not feel good. Alright. Well met, traveler. What business brings you here? Yes, of course, right this way. Lahi!
No matter how far he goes, man cannot resist looking back on the path he has walked. The untold stories and secrets of the past,
do you know,
can be more alluring than the promise of tomorrow. And so he braves the forests of Raktika in search of mystery and wonder. Of Ronka, to which all seekers of hidden truths are inevitably drawn.
Sick.
We have arrived. Vast though these woods may be, they are, by and large, uninhabitable. Not so the swamps of Cydia, however, whose sparse foliage permitted man a foothold.
Hi, Emmett.
No lands must remain beyond our grasp. Go forth, conquer, rule! Forgive me. A sudden pang of nostalgia for those halcyon days. Exploring virgin territories, subjugating primitive peoples, all for the glory of Garlemald.
If you've brought your ivory standard, I'll be happy to tell you where to stick it.
Damn.
Can we not simply take a moment to enjoy the view together? Or would you rather I spied on you from the shadows? Much more of this, and I may very well begin to regret my show of good faith.
If you really want to stay, then help us fight.
No, I think not. I am an observer, nothing more. Even shielded by the shadows of these boughs, I feel the light's presence most keenly. To accompany you is taxing enough. To fight is out of the question.
I will suffer your company if I must, but not your commentary.
God, that and then just right back into lie. Tis plain our Asian counterpart meaneth to follow wheresoever we lead. Were it otherwise, he would not suffer the overabundance of light in these woods. Verily, it pervadeth every corner, and so long as the light warden remaineth, the Sin Eaters shall be free to prey upon these lands without surcease. surcease. If not is done, 'tis but a matter of time before the blessed succumb. 2 years past, a swarm of sin eaters did lay waste unto their largest settlement, killing a great many of their priests in so doing. Though some few did survive, they knew not how to go on, wayward souls in want of a guiding hand. For a mercy, Y'shtola hath provided that which they sorely needed. They have since endeavored to restore their home, and thither shall we bend our steps, to Fort Gorn. Alright, we vibing. Where's the next Aether Current? I don't like those. That doesn't... Oh god, yeah, I don't like those. Yeah, the song's actually, like, genuinely really good. Just very easy to meme at the same time. No, come back here, asshole. And just summon my chocobo to get fucked by you. There we go. Alright. Oh yeah, I guess I can disband this now.
I see little sign of recent activity, nor hath any meaningful progress been made with the reconstruction. Mayhap Y'shtola sought shelter elsewhere. Come, let us quit this place.
Oh.
Now, surround them!
Oh, okay. Bros, we're not here to hurt you. Chill.
These Sin Eaters, they're not like the others.
We're not Sin Eaters, buddy.
There's a reason for that. Lower your weapons, please. We mean you no harm.
Bro.
How is it they can speak?
It's a Sin Eater trick. They mean to kill us all.
Koopa? Fuck it, we're going with that.
That will seem a lot less amusing when we are forced to kill them.
Meow?
Oh, for the love of... I had hoped that by accompanying you, we might come to understand one another. But all I have come to understand is that you have a knack for inflaming the natives. You've committed the cardinal sin of boring me. And so, I retire to the shade.
Bro, not right now.
Good luck.
God damn it. Alright.
There! Did you see that one disappear?
Yeah, check so.
I think I preferred La Habrea.
You know, fair enough. Fair enough thinking. Also, I'm gonna adjust something real quick. Kind of bugging me.
Enough. Runard, report.
Thank you, Y'shtola. Jesus. I'm gonna scoot that
Master
over a bit.
Matoya.
There we go. Hell yeah.
We apprehended them as you ordered, but are you certain these are Sin Eaters?
The intense light of the ether I saw was unmistakable. If not Sin Eaters, then what?
The fact that Thancred says that, yeah.
That Y'shtola should mistake us for the enemy.
I swear to God, Marok.
Mayhap it hath been too long since last she beheld the radiance of thine ether. Master Matoya, hath time truly made strangers of us?
Nay, I recognize you, Urianger, Thancred. And this is Minfilia of the First, of whom you spoke before.
Just so. And knowing as thou must that we come in peace, might I prevail upon thee to have thy comrades lower their arms?
First explain this other presence in your company. The one I know not.
Oh, wait a
sec. There is but one manner of creature in this world whose ether is suffused with such an abundance of light.
Mine apologies, Master Matoya, but thou art mistaken. Before thee standeth our dearest comrade, the truest hero among us. Though she is but recently arrived here in the First, not one but 2 Light Wardens have already perished by her most puissant hand.
It cannot be.
Nice to see you too, Master Matoya.
Master Matoya?
Lower your weapons. Forgive us this hostile welcome. Come. I would give you a proper introduction to Raktika and its people.
You have been busy since arriving in the First, I gather, but I would hear the tale of your travails in more suitable surroundings. With Fort gone, yet to be rebuilt, the Knights Blessed have made their home in a settlement to the northeast. I will await you at its entrance. Follow the path through yonder gate and you will find me soon enough. Okay. We vibing. Grab this real quick. You know what? We gotta do it at least once, I think. I don't know if it's going through. I think it is. It's hard to tell. I might need to... I think it's going through. Let me know if it isn't. Yeah, if it's not. It's silence? Okay. Why is it not going through? What the fuck? Unless a default audio device got swapped around. That might be why. Let me see. Oh, that's good. That's also good. Which one is it going through on my end? Going through that one. Stream immediately buffers twice. Oof. That is ouch. Let me see. Okay, this should work now, I think. Yeah, there we go. Okay. I'm gonna explore the map a bit. For one time, we gotta have the true HEE. Holy fuck. Hell yeah. I'm trying to keep such a straight face right now. I fucking can't. Get this bit of map up here too. Still can't believe this madman is playing both the automatones while singing. Right? And then he runs off stage. Alright. Thank you, Soken. You beautiful man. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, they are not. Okay. That's good for this side of the map for now. We'll head back. Oh, fuck, that's water. The deliberating doll. Interesting. Why did you get me off my horse? Alright. I still think my favorite reaction to that is there's a guy on YouTube that goes by the channel name of Jesse's Auditorium, and he literally just takes requests for like video game songs that he's like never heard before, and he's gotten a lot of 14 requests, and one day someone was just like Civilizations, and then you immediately have to listen to HEE afterwards. And so he did, and he was like, what the fuck? There you are. I was beginning to worry. Much like the Dwarves would, this forest has a way of dealing with those who stray too far from the beaten path. But I digress. Let me show you the home of the Knights Blessed. Yes, let's go. Oh god. That was a big ass hiccup. Reminds me a lot of what's it called? Lo Amigo. Alright, so tune.
Slitherbow is the largest of the blessed settlements. They worship no gods, instead revering darkness itself. It is a curious kind of faith, but one which has granted them the strength to persevere in the wake of the flood. I hope you weren't expecting a grand feast by way of welcome. They are a simple people. Now, I would hear of your travels away from prying ears. Come. I see. And now you seek the Light Warden of Raktika.
Yep.
In the days after I arrived in the First, I too relied upon the Crystal Exarch for guidance. But his penchant for secrecy and the telling of half-truths soon lost him my trust. And thus did I strike out on my own. My work eventually led me here to the forest, which I have come to know like the back of my hand. I cannot say with certainty where your quarry is hiding, but I am confident I can narrow the search.
Well, go on then.
Some few thousand years ago, this forest stood at the heart of the Empire of Ronka. A great many relics of that civilization can still be found to the east in Ixmaya. Or rather, could be found, were the area not fiercely guarded. Ixmaya, you see, is home to a tribe of warriors whose lineage is said to date back to the time of the Empire. Any attempt to enter their territory is met with lethal force. They offer no warnings, and suffer no trespasser to escape.
Bro, these motherfuckers wearing
Needless to
heels.
say, my every attempt to survey the
Steep
area
ass
has
heels,
been
too.
thwarted.
Mayhap the Warden hideth there, full knowing none may approach it for fear of these protectors.
As for the tablet, I find the timing of its discovery suspiciously convenient. If I did not know better, I would think someone was trying to curry favor with me. Regardless, it will take time to decipher these writings. Yet I would not be at all surprised if they somehow held the key to entering Ixmaya unmolested. The Exarch has a nose for serendipity.
If there is aught I can do to assist thee in unraveling their secrets, thou needst only ask.
Thank you, Urianger. I may well take you up on that offer. While we set to work, might I suggest you take a tour of the city? Should you be in any doubt as to the importance of your role as the Warrior of Darkness, the people here will surely cure you of it.
I must say, Stola, while most of us have struggled to come to terms with our altered circumstances, you seem to have adapted rather well.
Lest you forget, Master Matoya and I dedicated our lives to uncovering the truth which hides at the heart of our world. Though separate, the fate of this reflection is nevertheless bound to that of our home. That I would be daunted by such an invaluable opportunity is absurd. But what of you, Thancred? Could it be that you are still struggling to come to terms with the nature of your young companion?
My struggles are none of your concern. Quite why you would speak thus and in this company, I do not know. Perhaps you left more of yourself back in the source than I assumed. If you'll excuse me.
He understands that I'm not the same. That I'm not her.
Understands, perhaps, but does not accept. The question being whether he ever will. And whether you will, more importantly. As difficult as your circumstances may be, they are yours, not his. 'Tis you and you alone who bears ultimate responsibility for your life.
True. You're not wrong.
But you need not make any hard choices now. Why not go and get some fresh air, clear your head?
I am not indifferent to Thancred's troubles. Nevertheless, I will not apologize for holding him to a higher standard after all these years. He has ever been a man of considerable resolve, and that is what I will continue to expect. Though it heartens me to know that some of us remain ourselves in spite of our present circumstances. But I can imagine how Alice and Alphino have changed since arriving here on the first. Change is part of life. We can but hope it's changed for the better. You're right, and after my untoward remarks to Thancred, no doubt he thinks I changed for the worse, and I will have to speak with him later. Returning to the matter at hand, I really must begin work on deciphering this tablet. In the meantime, perhaps you should take a look about Slitherbell. If there is anything you need, pray speak with Runar at the plaza. Welcome, friend, welcome. My apologies for our less than hospitable greeting earlier. Tell me, what is your name? From where do you hail? From the Crystarium. I see. And this tablet you've brought may help us find the Light Warden here in Raktika. Well, you are welcome to stay with us for as long as you need. Come, let me show you around. Would it be alright if I joined you? Of course, of course. Anything for the guests of our dear Master Matoya. Thank you. She means a great deal to the Knights Blessed, doesn't she? Not for her, we may have all perished in the Great Fire. That's what we saw in the intro. With our priests slain and our home in ruins, we were at the mercy of the Sin Eaters. It was she who drove them back, and with her sage guidance we were able to rebuild. Before long, she became a central figure in our community, a great oak within whose shadow many have come to find solace. That is not to say there were not those hesitant to grant an outsider such authority, myself included. Perhaps it is the smile in her eyes when she speaks of the sunless sea. I feel whole again. Now that she is with us, I have no doubt the others feel the same way. She is as much a part of the Knights Blessed as any of us, and we are grateful for all she does in service to the Dark. But you did not hear this from me, yes? Now, you should know there are certain customs we ask guests to adhere so long as they reside within Slitherborough. To show reverence to the dock? In a word, yes, but fear not, it is not too involved. Let us begin with something simple. Follow me. Should you see any of our people come to this chamber, they have likely returned from a journey beyond the borders of Raktika. We use water stored here to cleanse ourselves of the light's impurity. And a simple and perhaps peculiar custom, but it is one of our most important. Would you two kneel for just a moment, that I might rid you of the light's impurity? As Runar sprays you with water, your skin begins to tingle. Interesting. And with that, you've been cleansed of the light's blighted touch. How do you feel? I'm not too sure, to be honest. Not refreshed exactly, but I do feel different. Has this water been treated in some way? Only blessed by our priests. They are practicing the arcane arts. As such, it said their prayers imbue the water with a faint, dark energy. A prickling sensation. No one has ever spoken of such a reaction before. I wouldn't say it was an unpleasant sensation, but I too felt something strange. The dark aspect of this water should have no discernible effect. Unless... By the gods, Master Matoya was right, you are sin-eaters. No. I jest. What you felt was likely no more than the chill of the water. Perhaps now would be a good time for you to acquaint yourselves with the people of Slitherborough. For that I must teach you a customary greeting. Alin Tuta. In the language of Ronka, it is one of several ways one might say good evening. The world is not as safe as it once was, and this greeting lets us quickly discern friend from foe. Is there a handshake or gesture we should know too? I would hate to offend anyone. You need not worry. Merely speak the words Alin Tuta, and they will know you as friends of the blessed. I await your return here. Now go. They are like to be heartened by your knowledge of our ways. Alright. Yeah, it was an interesting interaction. The elderly woman smiles warmly. Ow. Alin Chisi, welcome, friend. I take it you will remain in these woods for some time, yes? Be wary of these woods. You will find poison in near everything you see. But fear not. Our medicinal tea will keep you healthy. Ask and it is yours. Ah, a newly come traveler, Aline HEE. Welcome to Slitherbow. You must forgive us if we seem strangely reserved. We are quiet and taciturn people. Taciturn? Taciturn. Silent and serene as the sunless sea. The quiet makes it easy to discern the presence of eaters and other dangers here in the woods. Everyone was so kind and gracious. I was nervous at first, but I'm already starting to feel at home. There's much I have to learn about the Knights Blessed, but their faith and strength of will is nothing short of inspiring. I can see how they've built such a thriving community. Ah, you are returned. Very good. No doubt they were glad of your company. It has been too long since we've had visitors. Remember, if you have any questions or there is anything you need, do not hesitate to ask. Speaking of which, we must arrange food and lodgings for your stay. As a friend of Master Matoya, we cannot ask for payment, but if you would be willing to lend a hand, it would be my pleasure. We are fortunate enough indeed to play host to such generous souls. The task I have in mind is simple enough. All I ask is that you take a jug of water, and water the crops in the square. May I help too? Of course, one of you can do the filling and the other do the watering. Speak with Isabel when you have finished. She will be relieved to hear the crops have been tended to. While you take care of that, I will see you to your room and a warm meal. Right then, I'll fill, you water. Okay. If you say so. I'm getting kinda tired. I'm debating how much longer I actually do want to go. I might not go all the way until maintenance tonight. We'll see. This was the only jug I can find which was small enough to lift, but I'm afraid there's a crack in the bottom. You'll need to hurry to the garden before all the water leaks out. 45 seconds, okay. Let's go. You watered half the plot. Fetch another jug of water. Take care of the rest. Alright. I might only go for like another half hour. Because tiredness is just starting to hit. Is there enough water for the plot? Only half, I see. Well, let me refill the jug for you. Let's go. Alright. Isabel. You cute. Well met, travelers. I observed you earlier speaking with the others. Have you need of something? You watered the crops? Ah, my apologies for not noticing sooner. I've been rather distracted of late. Watering the crops is always Tadia's duty, but she's no longer with us. We have since taken to sharing the duty, though never with guests. You are most kind. there anything else we can do to help? We could plant something if you'd like. There is no need. The plot is small, it is true, but it provides us with enough to survive. We ask for no more. I don't know how you manage. Have the blessed not considered leaving? Life would surely be easier almost anywhere else. I can understand why you might say that, but the easiest path is not always the right one. Tell me, do you know our history? How our faith came to be? Yes, I believe so. The Knights Blessed was initially formed by those who lost their homes in the wake of the flood. What began as an occasional gathering of survivors eventually grew into a community, which ultimately decided to strike out on its own in the Raktika Greatwood. I see you've read your history, but there is a history that is told and one that is lived. Like so many in those times, the first of the Knights Blessed lost everything. Their homes, their loved ones, all they held dear. To make matters worse, none could say what became of the souls of those lost to the flood when their bodies were reborn as Sin Eaters. The people were without answers, without hope, their gods having drowned along with everyone else, everything else. It seemed that nothing was beyond the reach of the light. But soon they realized where there is light, there must be darkness. And in that truth they found a new faith. A belief that the souls of the departed could yet find peace beyond these burning skies and the sunless sea above. That is why we pray, for the safe passage of wayward souls unto the blessed back abyss, for the return of the night, and that we may someday look upon the kingdom of heaven with our own eyes. We remain in these woods for the self-same reason our founders first chose them, that we may lead lives of simplicity, with the shade of these trees as a constant reminder of our faith. So many speaking paradise in Yulmore. It's refreshing to find people who value a humbler existence. You are kind to say so. Many consider our way of life foolish, and so it must seem to those who yet cling to their worldly possessions. Yet in times such as these, when everything can be taken away in an instant, it is all too easy to lose sight of why we fight to go on living. It is not to hold fast to material things, but to hold those who went before us in our hearts, to keep alive the legacy they have left us. This we must do for them, our children, and generations yet unborn. To keep their legacy alive. Damn. Let me see. Alright, I think we'll do one more quest, and then I think that'll be it for tonight. Because yeah, I am very tired. I just like all hit in a wave. I'm like, Jesus. Done tending to the crops already. Very good. Should not be long before your room is ready. Bruna. In the woods. Sin Eaters. I fear they may have the touch. Where? In the grove to the southwest. For a mercy, they've yet wandered any closer to Slitherbow. Then we have no need to engage. Inform the guard that no one is to set foot outside the village until they have moved on. Sir, but what of Tadia's heartstone? Must be retrieved before the service. All the times for the Sin Eaters to appear. Are you going to just leave them alone? Under normal circumstances, we would not hesitate in striking the beasts down. But if they indeed have the touch, I will not risk them corrupting one of our own. What was it that you said about a stone? A few days passed. Tadia and the Child of the Knights Blessed was slain by the Sin Eaters. We succeeded in retrieving her body, but in our haste we failed to notice her necklace was gone. Strung to it was a pendant of jade, her heartstone. All of the Knights Blessed are given such a stone at birth, and it is the most valued possession one can own. It is custom to present the heartstone of the deceased at their funeral as an offering to the heavens, but now... What if I could find it for you? I've experienced fighting Sin Eaters, and the light's corruption does not touch me like it does others. Master Matoya called you Minfilia, did she not? Are you truly the Minfilia, descended from the Oracle? Even so, I dare not ask you to risk your life for the blessed. I understand how you feel, but I can't stand by knowing that your people are in need of help. In need, and I can help. Please, let me do this. Very well, but if the danger proves too great, you must retreat. I could never forgive myself if we were forced to hold a second service. I nearly forgot about Thancred. What if he returns before I do? I'll come with you. Thank you. With you at my side, I'm certain we can deal with him in no time at all. Go swiftly, and may the shadows keep you both. Alright. Where are we going? Over there. Okay. We'll do that. We'll do that plus quest later on. I'm not super worried about doing it right now. This is the way. We'll do that when we come back to this. Monkey. Monkey. There, the Sin Eaters. That is definitely a Sin Eater. That is definitely 2 Sin Eaters. I was hoping there would only be one. There's no way we can search for the stone without dealing with them first. Let's get to it then. Let's make a plan first. Though there are only 2. I'll draw one of them away, you can deal with the other. Yep. Let's fuck it up. Chocobo back in. here. I will say, this is definitely a very genius way of basically just making higher level areas of the ARR areas. Like, it really is. Like, none of the layouts are the same, but they have the same general kind of concepts for the most part. And they don't feel recycled. That's the best part. It's done. Though I fear I was a bit careless, I'll do better next time, I promise. You did it, and that's enough to be good. I'm fine. You needn't worry about me. More importantly, we have to find that hot stone. They said it was made of jade, right? I'll search over there in the brush. That it? Seems to be no trace of the arms down here. Okay. Cool. Appreciate that. With this one, I'll fight this beetle, sure. Seems to be no trace of the Hearthstone here. Okay. Love that. Absolutely lovely. Near twinkling. I don't think that's actually the interaction point though. Back up here, I guess. Got a pretty decent luck, so I don't think it's up here, but who knows. I checked this one, I checked that one. What about this tree? Does this tree have something? Oh my god. Trying to fucking ride my mount and it literally failed twice because I barely interacted with it before it was ready. Jeez. Okay, it's over here. Jeez. Hiding it all the way on the very edge. Brilliant green gem. Cool. Did you have any luck? I did. It's beautiful. This has to be it. You know, Thancred always said that you were a woman of many talents, and I think I'm beginning to understand what he meant. I have much to learn if I'm even to be half the hero you are. The hero she was. Sorry, I forget I said anything. We should hurry back to Slitherbow. Runa and the others are probably worried. Alright, we warp. I'll finish this up and I think that'll be it for me for tonight. I'm mad tired. I don't want to push it too hard if I don't have to. Oh, thank goodness you are safe. I had begun to fear the worst. Wow, that is dark. You found it. We can proceed with her service as planned. These blessed gems serve not only to protect us in life, but to guide our spirits into the sunless sea in hereafter. Even should we be felled by the Sin Eaters, so long as these gems are recovered, our souls are ensured peace in the dark. Damn. Well, this place is really interesting so far. I'm looking forward to explore more of it. It's a large-ass area, too. Damn. Oh, that's cool. Let me go ahead and... where was I gonna go? I was gonna go just back to the FC house. Yeah. Ugh. Okay. Let me check my retainer real quick, and then, yeah. Let me see. I don't think I've sold anything in the past hour, but might as well check. Okay. Move to my chambers. Alright, yeah, let me go ahead. Jesus. Chill. I'll throw on something else. You know what? That works. Midnight Rendezvous. That's nice and chill. Alright, yeah, that's gonna be it for me for tonight. I'll go toss a host on over to Mako. Or a raid, small raid. Yeah, I think that's a plan. And then, yeah. He's watching some videos while he eats right now, so that's nice and chill. But yeah, I appreciate everyone for coming by. I'm excited to continue more of this. I think from what I'm seeing as far as like the quests go, so we're like at the start of the 74 to 75 now. We're about a third of the way through Shadowbringers, so that's not too bad. But yeah, that is gonna be it for me. And yeah, let's go ahead and toss things on over to Mako. He's a good friendo. I think most people at this point know him. So yeah. That should work. No. Do I have to put not the @ sign? There we go. Alright. Yeah, so we're gonna go toss things on over to him. I appreciate y'all. Have yourselves a good night, and I will catch you all later. Sleep well, y'all.